Alright, gamers and nerds, we are live. We are ready to rock and roll here, I think. Ready to rock and roll. Back in the base, there have been, like, people running around here and shit. It's been epic. People keep fucking up my wire. I'm gonna fight somebody. Gonna fight somebody. Alright, get it fixed. So I've been trying to think of a way to allow people to put stuff aside for the guild and then not access it. But I want to do that on an optional basis, not on an absolute basis. And so the strat that I think I've come up with is that I'm going to create a box that is going to be on its own input circuit. Hey, yeah, I heard about that, Mr. Bean. We're not going to get into that. But what's up? Welcome to the chat. How are you today? Okay, this thing seems to be broken. Why are you broken? Let's clear everything out. And let's go back in here. Hey, you're good, dude. It's my responsibility to figure out what should and shouldn't be discussed and to enforce that, not your responsibility. It's your responsibility to talk about whatever the bloody hell you feel like talking about. Why is this not working? Gotta have that morning coffee. I know how that goes. I know how that goes. Now let's demolish this fucking thing. Let's go put all the shit back in stuff. Give me back my deciliter, John. Give it back. There's nowhere to put sand. I have to go downstairs. I sit, I wonder why, oh, why you left me so sandy. Okay, so as I was kind of saying before I got rudely interrupted by this freaking machine not working, I have what I think is a really good idea about giving people an optional way to give resources to the guild. And the way I'm thinking about doing that is just by setting up a box that's on an input circuit that is different. I think it'll work that way. So if I'm the only one who can access the box, right, we'll put it as an owner box so that I'm the only one who can access it. Then we'll put it on an input circuit. It's different from all the other put it on an input circuit that's different from all the other input circuits. Put it on its own output circuit. And then I think everybody in the guild can change the output circuit of um, stuff like the refineries and stuff that they're using. So then they could go ahead and, queue up their resources and like smelt some whatever or do whatever. And then those resources could go straight into the circuit for the structure, or sorry, straight into the circuit for the storage. That's the guild storage. And then bammo, good to go. We have guild resources. And then I would use those resources to make sure that things got made for the guild, like vehicles that everybody can use, mass producing maybe high tier weapons in the future so that people can rekit more easily, or just whatever happens to be needed. We need to go back in here and place this. And hopefully it's freaking working again. Hey, there we go. There we go. There it is. Oop, been talking to myself again. Silicon blocks are just that. They're just little chunks of silicon. So just like in real life, silicon is used a lot in like advanced electronics and stuff like that. In this game, it's very much the same. You have silicon in basically everything that's electronic, which is basically everything. So after a certain tier, you just need a lot of silicon blocks. Let me go see. I'm going to go jump in the Discord chat real quick and see. Who is where? Hey, yo, Bimby, you here? What POI? Okay, never mind. Never mind. There's just too much going on in that chat, and it made me want to punch myself in the face. Let's see here. We need another 200k, so that's 4 of these. So let's go ahead and just rock up 4 of these. And then we're going to go on another Jasmium run. Because that needs to be done, because we got 2,000 aluminum. We don't necessarily need 2,000 aluminum. I mean, we could live with 2,000 aluminum. It's not going to hurt us. But talking to myself again. So something I want to do here real quick is I do want to go get some more duraluminum, because we need duraluminum for missiles, and that's going to be important. We're always going to need missiles. But something else I want right now is I want this. And we don't have any of that. I want to make a couple of rocket launchers. Right? For, we'll make a couple of rocket launchers for... So we've got some stravidium. That's fantastic. For the assault ornithopters. The reason I want to do that is I want to be able to use assault ornithopters to defend, right? When we go out and we do operations, I want to be able to defend the carrier ornithopter or whatever else. And I think we need 4 good assault ornithopters with tier 6 rocket launchers in order to really be able to do that. So I want to make some T6 rocket launchers, which means getting some more titanium so that we can make some more plastanium. It doesn't really take a ton of spice melange or anything like that to do that. You're looking at 1 trip for plastanium resources and 1 trip for spice. And you could easily make a tier 6 rocket launcher for your assault ornithopters. So I'm going to make some of those. We're going to make some rockets. We're just going to start equipping people out here. We have the ability, if we get, a little more plastanium and stuff, to make plenty of more assault ornithopters, right? We've got 2,200 aluminum, which means we can have 2,200 duraluminum. One of our members does have a carrier. So we could easily carry her over to the Jasmium and then just totally load up and make, an obscene amount of duraluminum fairly quickly. And that is something we're going to have to do from time to time, because duraluminum is required to make rockets. We're going to need to make a lot of rockets, right? Those things are not, you go through rockets faster than you go through heavy darts, honestly, when you're in a fight. Because there's just no reload time, right? You get 250 rockets in your loadout, and then you just shoot 250 rockets. There's no reloading rockets, there's no any of that. Just go blow through 250 rockets. It's kind of freaking hilarious. So we're gonna go get the spot that I want to go to is fairly underpopulated, I think, because it's not exactly like the best possible place to go. But I think there's plenty of stuff out there that we can just go out there and have ourselves a good old time. Looks like somebody's going out in an assault orny. I also just made myself a Mark 6 cut array last night. I've been rocking the Mark 5. And so I want to go ahead and get this Mark 6. But yeah. Yeah, you need rockets for PvP, Bean. Need lots of rockets for lots of PvP. I wonder if this person's got a rocket launcher and is going to try and shoot me. Nope, doesn't look like it. I think they're just having a little trouble. It might be their first time out on an assault copter. Look like they're having a little trouble getting it to fly. Those things are crazy weird. I can't even imagine that the carrier thopter is going to be any different. Gonna fly way out here. We got a long ways to go. It's a long flight, and the saddlebags of this vehicle don't carry a lot, right? Which is a little unfortunate. Something else I've noticed is that the fob in the PvE zone is great if you have people in different different sieges, and you want those people to be able to get together and farm together and stuff. But that base, doesn't really save very much time. Oh, I don't have any freaking fuel on me. Ooh, we're gonna have to be careful. I can definitely get out there and get back and no fuel. But I should have brought fuel with me. Oh well. I just got a 6K flower stand. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. There's a huge number of people. There's like, I don't know, 4 or 5 people that are out doing a run for grays right now, like industrial pumps and diamondine dust and stuff like that, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, pinged on the old Dune. Oh, we got a message from Dune Awakening. Community announcements. What does the community announcements say? We've been reading your feedback following the AMA and endgame PvP. We will share a message from our creative director tomorrow to clarify our intentions and our vision. If you're interested in the topic, stay tuned. Okay, so that's great. Tomorrow there's going to be some information put out by Dune's creative director. And we'll learn a little bit more about the direction PvP is going to take in the future. I think that my vision of what the PvP should be and Dune Awakening and Funcom's vision of what they're trying to create are fairly similar, right? I think they want a primarily faction-focused PvP system, and they want to encourage that faction interaction and that faction politic. But I think they underestimated how much a player base will optimize the fun out of a game, and how if you don't enforce your mechanics in game, then you don't have mechanics in your game, because it's never faster, it's never better, it's never more efficient to do things the way you're supposed to do them. It's always more efficient to do things in whatever the quote-unquote cheaty way is. And so if you're not going to enforce the mechanics and force the path that you want to be taken, then you're going to end up with people playing the game in the most optimum way. So the way that expresses itself in Dune is that we have this faction system, but if you play by the faction system, right? If I join Harkonnen, for example, because Atreides is the dominating faction here, if I join Harkonnen, then I don't ever get the decree, right? I'm not going to win that fight. And even if Harkonnen was equal to Atreides here, and they were going to win half the time, I would still only get the decree half the time, which means I only get the Landsrat bonus half the time. And so that's not optimum, right? That's not really going to help me out. And so what I want to do as a player is I want to say, well, F that, right? I'm going to join the same faction as everybody else, and then I'm going to just get the decree every time. And that works extraordinarily well. Right? That's extremely fast, extremely easy. And so that's what the player base is doing, right? They're all just playing on the same server or on the same faction. And so that's not necessarily bad, except that it makes the endgame PvP guild-based instead of faction-based, which is the opposite of what the devs want, which means the game just doesn't play out the way the devs intended and designed. And so the Landsrad and the faction system and all that stuff just kind of falls apart. And that sucks, because those systems should be really cool. We want to engage in those systems. They're what make this game unique, right? Without those systems, this game is just another brutal PvP, always on, kill on sight, non-political survival game, right? It's Ark, it's Rust. Hey, what's up, Shrimp? How are you today? And those games exist already, right? We don't need Rust 2.0. We have Rust, and Rust is a pretty good game. So hopefully they get that worked out. I'm really looking forward to that dev information tomorrow. Really looking forward to it. Thought that bird was a distant ornithopter. Those little birds get me every friggin' time, dude. Spice blow. It's probably an H6 or H7. Missed the one that was right there next to me. What's this dude doing over here? You are freaking out, man. Hey, storage full. Now I just need to fill up my inventory. Something I noticed last night. Doing well at the anvil, and the instructions for the game are very open-ended. So I'm trying to decide what to do next. That is very true. If you haven't completed the Fremen questline, or do you mean you just got to the anvil for the first time? If you just got to the anvil for the first time, then it should take you inside. We got a nerd on the way. Okay, they're on the other side. That's fine. Yeah, it looks like they're gathering. Okay. I wonder if that's the same nerd in the assault ornithopter that I saw earlier. Because they were kind of going out in the same direction as me. Heck, that might be somebody in my faction, or in my guild. I don't even know. But I'm all full. I don't have to sit here and, like, hang out. I can just leave. Yeah, but the Fremen questline is good. All the contracts inside are gonna take you to, like, all of the POIs and stuff. So doing all those contracts is good. Don't just go to the POIs on your own. At least not until you finish, like, all the contracts and stuff. Because the contracts will take you to the POIs. And then you're just gonna end up double dipping. And that'll just end up slowing you down, making you have to backtrack a lot. And soon it'll be time to delve into the Haga Rift. Yeah, if I just got to the anvil for the first time, am I close enough to get any of the advanced trainers? Like at the shield wall, I just don't know how far. All of the advanced trainers are in Arakeen and Harko Village. So if you want to do those quests, we can either make you an ornithopter and you can fly out there yourself, or you can pay 2,500 Solari to the taxi and get them to take you there. The advanced trainer quests, the Mentat and the Trooper are both kind of in that area, right? They're going to take you around to kill slavers and stuff like that, so you could probably do those right now. Game doesn't really give you tools. Let me rephrase. I know the advanced trainers are in Arakeen Harko Village, but the basic trainer for one or two of the at the shield wall. Oh yeah, you're talking about The Bene Gesserit is up in Pinnacle Station, and then the the Sword Master's in Pinnacle Station. I think the Bene Gesserit is. Am I gonna get murdered by that? I think I might get murdered by that. Which way is that coming? Definitely seems to be coming my way. Well, that's gross. Let's turn this way and see if we can outrun it. This will be fun. I can't do that. Let's go to the rocks. Yeah, you can totally get to those. So you can get to Pinnacle Station and get to the Swordmaster really easily. If you look to the far east side of the map, you may have uncovered a little bit of it, but there's a zone over there called the Haga Rift. The Haga Rift has no worms inside of it. It's a big, uh, like empty. Well, not empty. There's a lot of stuff going on in there, but it's a um, big old gash in the mountain, and so you go really deep down inside of there. Oh, right. I can't cool this. Okay, there we are, sheltered. Perfect. We're just gonna wait. Oh, yeah, but you can drive the Haga Rift all the way to Pinnacle Station. So just go to the east, go down into the bottom of the Haga Rift, and then follow the Haga Rift all the way around. You'll end up in Pinnacle Station, and that will give you the Swordmaster. And then technically you could get to the Bene Gesserit, which is all the way over in the Odom. There's a trade post. I believe that's where the Bene Gesserit is. I don't actually know. I haven't started that one yet. But you can definitely get to and do the Swordmaster from where you're at. You could just cruise your sand bike over there even. Yeah, you can totally get there on a sand bike, no problem. That's how we got our first aluminum. So, you know, when you start and you don't have a guild, you don't have any higher tier resources to help you out. So we were based over there by the anvil. You know, we've got that base there. And so we were driving the buggy all the way around through the rift, basically to where we are right now with our guild base. And then we were just loading up on aluminum and then driving that bitch all the way back. It'd take like 15 minutes each way. It was ridiculous. It was a good time though. And then Arazak, the guy who helped me kind of speed through the beginning, he went and he did all the trainer quests and stuff while I farmed materials. So he unlocked all the tiers, and I just farmed materials and made all the, or and then he made all the stuff as he unlocked them so that we could tier up. Ooh, I am running on fumes. I'm not gonna be able to go into Thopter mode anymore before I get back. But yeah, it's totally a doable thing. Been there, done that. Bought the t-shirt. It was a really good time too. I really like driving through the Haga Rift. It's a little dark for me, but at nighttime, um, it's pretty much the same amount of dark as during the daytime. And all of the little dew plants get all their glowing little dewdrops on them. Very surreal. I like that zone quite a bit. You also don't have to be on a sand bike. Like I said, we can totally make you an ornithopter. Um, I know I say it a lot, and I don't think it's a good idea, right? I think you should stay on your sand bike and do your sand bike stuff, but yeah, yeah. Works great for four-person groups. I also don't think that you can kill members of your own team. I'm pretty sure there's no friendly fire for teammates. So that's not really an issue, right? If you're just in a four-person group, then I'm pretty sure you're just good to go. Maybe you could hurt each other's vehicles. I'm not 100%. And if you can, then that's actually kind of hilarious. But I do know for sure. Um, Perfect. Something I found out yesterday is that those schematics don't have any weight. So if you see a downed cargo ship, regardless of how full you are on stuff, grab the schematics. I would prefer to get everything out of that cargo ship, right? Because it's really valuable. But, well, I'm all full on equally valuable stuff, so. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. I think it just gives you too much understanding of the game and the game world and traversal techniques, right? Because you get to places where you really need to use your Shiga wire claw and your suspensor belt and stuff like that. Um, and you just get better at those things by going through the game. And if you didn't ever go through the game, then you would get to the end game and you'd be PvPing and somebody would be Shiga wiring all over the place and you would just get the crap kicked out of you. And we don't want that. We don't want that at all. Uh, I think he probably meant to leave the party. That's pretty funny. Can't put that thing in my backup tool because it's full. So I gotta go. It's all Bimby's fault. If I hadn't had to stop to get Bimby in the guild, we would have made it. Fly! Pew! Pew! Yeah. Is that crazy? I think that's crazy. Crazy flippin' flip. Oops. Let's see, let's get rid of the little bit of scrap right there. We'll just put that in there. I'm about to use it anyway, so it's not a big deal. Really, game? You gonna do me like that? Gracious. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I don't know if these Wayfinder helms are even any good, but I've gotten a lot of them. I've been picking up all these things, so I actually have a ton of these rock wings as well. I got 5 sets of rock carrier wings. Got a bunch of these little pulse knives. I got a bunch of these little rapiers. A bunch of these little things. The Wayfinder helms. I'm over here balling out of control. Whoops. Well, poop. All right, we made it. Fuel that bad boy back up. So I play on a remote gaming service. I have like a 10-year-old, 11-year-old computer. My computer is kind of booty cheeks. But I play on NVIDIA GeForce Now. And I've played basically all of my video games on NVIDIA GeForce Now for years. I was in the beta even. So I love that service. I think it's fantastic. And they take care of trying to look at this. We got people everywhere. This is freaking awesome. But they take care of like optimizing things for all the games and setting up the best like automatic settings and stuff. And so I still have control over my settings, but most of the time I just let NVIDIA GeForce Now take care of it. So it's just a remote gaming service. They have an app, they have a web browser, they have an official Steam Deck app, they have all kinds of stuff. So I pay $10 a month. I get access to a machine that is equivalent to, I think it's a 2080 graphics card. And it streams the game to me at 1080p, 60 frames a second. You can pay $20 a month to get what's equivalent to a 40 series card. and I believe it can stream 1440 at 120 frames. But I only pay $10 a month to use it. Now, they recently changed the rules at the beginning of the year so that you can only use the service for 100 hours a month. But most people don't game more than 20 hours in a week. It's not really going to work out for me. I'm grandfathered in. So until the end of this year, I get unlimited playtime. But at the end of this year, I have to find another solution because I stream multiple hundreds of hours a month. And so I can't, like, that's not enough for me. And I'm not going to pay the extra to get to play more because it's like $3 for 15 hours after that. And that's, I mean, I'd end up paying like 2.5, 3 times the cost. But it's just a remote service. So it streams your inputs to the remote server and it streams the video back to your computer. It eats up a lot of bandwidth and it eats up a lot of data over time. So if your home internet plan has a data limit, then you could easily reach that data limit. You do need to have an unlimited plan to play with this. And it doesn't work very well over Wi-Fi. You need to plug in have you updated your drivers? Are you running on a hard disk drive or are you running on a solid state? I don't really know. Running on an internal SSD, I should probably check to see if my drivers need an update. That's, if you haven't updated your drivers since the game came out, that is almost 100% gonna be the problem. Yeah. There was some information put out when the game first launched about needing to update NVIDIA drivers. So if you haven't done that since the game launched, then I would be pretty surprised if that wasn't the issue. I would look up maybe like Dune Awakening, NVIDIA Game Ready driver or something like that. Hear all those ornithopters flying around? So many peeps. So many peeps. So many peeps. Okay. We should be good here. Go make a rocket launcher. Rocket launcher. I think I actually have to craft some of the higher tier resource thingies down here, but precision rangefinders. Need 10 precision rangefinders. Let's go craft those up real quick, too. Yeah, it wasn't always the case years ago, like maybe a decade and a half, 2 decades ago. It wasn't always drivers. There was usually a lot of other stuff that could go wrong. Nowadays, if you're having a problem with a video game, it's almost definitely the video drivers. Almost definitely. The reason I care about this one more than the other ones is that's 391 damage. You look at the rocket launcher for. Do I even have the rocket launcher for this one? Yeah, that's only 259 damage. So that's a 33% damage boost right there. So the assault ornithopters are significantly stronger in combat. The reason people use the scout is because they want to chase other people down. If you're just defending and not chasing, then your assault ornithopter is much stronger. Now, there is one problem, and that is that you can't have missile launchers and storage, which makes me sad, but you can have thrusters in both of those things. So that's another thing, is your assault ornithopter should always have a thruster. And your assault ornithopter should always have either saddlebags or missile launchers. We're going to put my saddlebags back on. I just wanted to check the layout here. And then we're going to create a storage container right here. So this is right here where both of these dock. So I'm going to put a storage container, and I'm going to put, rocket launchers and stuff like that in here. I'm going to put rockets in there. I'm going to do all that stuff so that people can change out these assault dopters for whatever use they need. Let's go ahead and make some rockets. 2 missiles take less, so 2 duraluminum, 12 fuel cells. Or 1 duraluminum, 8 fuel cells. So this makes 10 rockets. This is probably going to make 20 rockets. No. That doesn't make any sense. 2 duraluminum, 12 fuel cells, 10 rockets. At the small weapons fabricator, it takes 2 duraluminum, 8 fuel cells, to make 10 rockets. Sorry, 1 duraluminum, 8 fuel cells. What's going on here, game? I imagine this is supposed to say 20. We're going to craft it. We're going to see what happens. We only got 10. Oh, these are 2 different things, rockets and missiles. That's the problem. So these are for the shoulder mounted. I get it now. I get it now. I'm an idiot was the problem. So if we craft 100 of these, at 10 apiece, we'll get 1,000 rockets. And we, of course, want 1,000 rockets. What is it that was holding us back from making more? Is it fuel cells? I think it's probably fuel cells. Yes, definitely fuel cells. Okay. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. And these should be making my plastanium. And when we get the plastanium, we should be able to make another rocket launcher. We also need to look at making a thruster. I think we actually might have a thruster. I prefer to get the Mark 6 thrusters. I don't... I think a Mark 5 will be fine. So let's take that thruster out. And then let's actually go repair it. So let's put it on my vehicle. Take the thruster off. Did I not hold the button long enough? Repair that bad boy. Put the thruster in there. Probably need to make one more storage. No, that other one actually has a storage. Never mind. We actually should just go ahead and put that thruster on there. And then... need 4 more plastanium and 10 precision rangefinders again. I think we're going to have enough plastanium. It's 74. We only needed like 4 for the last one. So we should have like an extra 10. Precision rangefinders, craft amount. Have 10 of them bad boys. Yeah, we got enough. Okay. Pull a bunch of these rockets out. Let's go ahead and equip this thruster. Oh, that's cool. It looks different. Neat. Thruster and a fuel tank. Or not a fuel tank, a saddlebag. we'll get some more rockets put in there as well. Because we need lots of rockets. So we're going to need some fuel cells, surprisingly. What's in this right here? I think somebody else maybe had the same idea as me. Nope. They had a really weird idea. I have no idea what that's for. Actually, I think I might know what this is. Does this already have the building saved? This is probably the PvP building that Shrimp made yesterday. All right, more rockets. Should exactly fill up this row here. Nice. Actually, I guess the thing, if we have so many duraluminum ingots, we have 800, we may want to go ahead and make another complete assault copter. So let's take a look. I want Mark 6 wings. I did put Mark 6 wings on the assault copter I made. But I want Mark 5 everything else, Mark 6 wings, and Mark 6 launchers. I'd probably also like Mark 6 engines because it would increase the copter speed. But honestly, the glide speed is more important than the thopter speed. And it saves us quite a bit. Ooh, wow, actually 110, that's 20 kilometers. That's pretty big. Might be worth it. Might be worth it. Either way, we got to get more spice. We got to get more... yeah, we only got 23 spice. Ooh, cool, cool, cool. But yeah, I want to make some more assault thopters so that we can do that stuff, right? Because you can't take the carrier out unless you have assault thopters to defend it. There's just no getting around that. And we have a carrier now, and they're working on getting a spice crawler, and that's awesome. But we have to have assault thopters. So let's get into that. Let's see. We have no more stuff to make duraluminum, but we should still have plenty of duraluminum, although we're going to need to make more rockets, honestly. We might just go ahead and make all of these rockets. Because that's another 1,850. Yeah, I think we're just going to eat these fuel cells. I think that's what's going to happen. I think that's what's going to happen. All right, we got plenty of strividium coming. So we just need titanium for plastanium and spice for melange. So we can go ahead and make another assault or two with rocket launchers. Yeah. Oh. Better go ahead and repair my wings. Don't want to get out there and just pass away. Because I ain't got no wings. I believe I can fly. I feel like they've done something to make it a little easier to target some of these pieces. Because it's definitely not as much of a pain in the butt as it was when the game first launched. Fairly excited about that. I really wish that the Assault Orni could take a missile launcher and a saddlebag. Even if it was a smaller saddlebag, um, like 500 weight or something like that, I would totally rock that. If it went in like the thruster position, if I could choose like thruster missiles or saddlebag missiles, I'd be super excited. They really, they really kind of dropped the ball on vehicles because their vehicles are so cool. And the customization is so bad. I understand that that creates a much deeper um, balancing issue. And I can empathize with that, but I can't accept it. If it's a deeper balancing issue, hire more people to balance it. Because that's such a huge part of this game. And the game could be so much cooler. But instead, it's not. They already mentioned that they're going to be doing one of the things that I think is really important to fixing the state of vehicles and PvP in this game, and that is that they are going to be increasing the number of stats that an individual module might affect, like missile modules reducing overall speeds and stuff like that. I think very, very important, right? You need to know exactly what niche you want each loadout to follow. Um, and then it's fine for different stuff to do things that maybe aren't even related to what it should actually do, right? Like you've got a scout ornithopter, and one of the things that it's supposed to do is go out and survey. So you've got this survey module. But that survey module doesn't necessarily just have to be a survey module, right? Um, it could be all about just the general functionality of the scout. It could be a whole package. And the only thing you really see get applied is the survey module. I think I already pulled this. We're going to go check anyway. Oh, it is a new one. So we're going to end up with less resources when we do our titanium here. But I want resources. Too important. Oh, that one's up there. Not going to deal with that. Yeah, but we want, all these plastiles, we want these calibrated servos, we want these complex machineries, you get so much. We want the plasteel plates. You just get so many good things there. so many good things there. And I am unwilling to pass those things up if I have space. We'll just get less titanium. I guess something we do want to do is go ahead and put most of this stuff into the inventory of this, though. We're going to throw out the scrap metal. We're going to throw out these weapons. We're going to put this in there. I'm going to put those in there. Those are a little heavy. Those are a little heavy. Those are a little heavy. Okay. That'll reduce our overall weight just a little bit here so that we can harvest plenty of titanium at a time before having to go ahead and dump it into our bird. And then we'll drop the weapons and we'll drop the scrap. Get just an absolute ton of valuable resources there, though. No point in not picking those up. You get rangefinders and pumps, but you can also get the advanced version of those. Get irradiated slag, but also irradiated cores. Thermal responsive ray amplifier. I mean, so much good stuff. Oh my god. I'm in heaven right now. Resource heaven. Oh my goodness. Can't tell if that's a base down there or not. Yeah, so something I really don't want to do next week is I don't particularly want to place a fob at the PvE area because I don't think there's a ton of value in that because it's so easy just to go back to the go back to the main base, even for people who don't live on our siege. So the way it seems to work to me, and I might be insane, is that you can visit a siege, but once you visit a siege, that's where you're at for that session. So you can come visit the Siege Fajr, which is the siege that we're on. And then if you go into the deep desert and then you come back, you're still in Siege Fajr. So one of the, I guess, values that having a PvE um, a PvE fob is going to have. This person might try to fight me. I don't see him. Possible they didn't see me. We're going to go a little further than I normally would here. I don't necessarily want to get murdered. I don't have any ability. Ooh. Looks like some of these resources have been taken. Somebody's been out here farming. Well, let's hope none of these people are home. Doesn't look like it. Let's go down here. Tons of titanium right down here. This isn't necessarily the safest place to farm titanium because I'm down in a hole. Somebody could just get above me and start bombarding the crap out of me. But there are a few techniques that you can use. Well, really a technique that you can use. You cannot missile straight up or straight down. So, if you're in this hole and somebody comes up just like directly above you or fairly close to directly above you to rocket you, try to get directly underneath them. So that they can't missile you. Okay, and I need to deposit every time I get one of these. Because I can't hold 2 worth. Which is going to make this take a little bit longer. But that's okay. Now we should probably also turn our Holtzman shield on. Not enough power for the Holtzman shield. Whoops. How do we not have enough power for the Holtzman shield? There we go. So it is my understanding. Whoops, I fucked that up. It is my understanding, based on what I've seen from the NPCs and what I've seen on the internet, that the Holtzman shield gives significant defense against missiles. Like, significant. I've seen some people take just bombardments of rockets thanks to their Holtzman shield. And it takes us multiple attacks with a rocket launcher to kill Holtzman shielded enemies versus non-Holtzman shielded enemies. And we know for a fact that the Holtzman shielded enemies are significantly weaker once they're out of their Holtzman shield. So it's got to be the Holtzman shield that's doing all that extra work. So definitely, wearing your Holtzman shield is important. I think mine died on me. Probably because, you know, I'm using up all my power here. Tier 6 Ray Cutter gives quite a few extra resources. About 12 more per rock. Need some more tight. Ooh, hey, some of this came back. Nice. Perfect. We're going to get ourselves flying here, and then I'm going to go ahead and fill up on water. Nice. All full. Pretty much high enough, so we're just going to do the lowest amount elevation we can while maintaining our elevation and our speed. Then we rock and roll super quick. There is a little something weird in this game because it does feel like you need to be making individual progress. And the game does kind of motivate individual progress because you only have the ability to make so many vehicles. And the vehicles are, personal ownership. I can't make them guild-wide ownership. The guild can't own vehicles. So what happens is, and I'm perfectly fine with this as is, but it could be better, is that all of my vehicles become guild vehicles, right? I just give everybody access so that everybody can use them. But that means that nobody else can customize them or anything like that. And I wish that I could just designate them as vehicles for the guild and then maybe use the internal guild ranks to decide, who could do what with them, like customizing and all that other stuff. They went out of their way to try and make this permission system. And then they just like made the most efficient or inefficient permission system they could. And it's kind of weird. I don't like it. I don't like the permission system in this game at all. You know, they want to encourage you know, guild bases and stuff like that. But then they don't give you the ability to like lock certain doors to everybody except a specific person. Me out. There we go. Can't really get this. Aw, somebody already took all that stuff. Bummer. Oh, you know what? I never did. I never took that off. I never dropped those. All right. Well, let's get in here and let's get the stuff that's most important. Or just everything, because I'm able to take everything. What about up here? Did they get up here? No. Oh, yeah, they did. Bummer. Was it me maybe that did that? It might have been me that did that. Who even knows? Nobody knows. Why did my vehicle just do that? What in tarnation? All right. Looks like people are getting a little antsy to get out into the deep desert and do some bigger stuff, which is fine with me. I definitely want to do that too. I'm a little antsy myself. I think we're getting to a point where we can do that, right? I think, you know, if we took out 2 assault thopters, so I think you want at least 2 cover assault thopters, because I think most of the time you're going to run into single scouts. A single scout is no match for double assaults, right? You would get annihilated. But at 2 assaults, 2 scouts, or sorry, 2 assaults, 2 missile assaults, 2 backpack assaults, you're basically in the exact same position you are with 4 people, right? You get 1,000 weight worth of spice, and that's it, which is great. But also we need to look at, you know, how can you scale that, Is it okay to just bring 2 assaults with missiles if you bring 3 assaults with backpacks? What if you bring 4? Then you double the efficiency almost of those 6 people as far as how much they can bring per trip. And so maybe that's extremely good. At that point, when you're doing 6, right, you're getting close to, well, you might as well just bring the spice crawler, right? Bring the carrier, the spice crawler, and 4 assaults with rockets. Then you don't have any thumpers, but you could just pay attention and keep picking up the crawler every time that the worm comes. And that seems like a reasonable thing to do. So I wish that we could build this base inside of this rock. Instead of it being stupid enemies. Oh, shiznit. Look at all these Thopters. Look at them. It's great stuff. Very exciting. We have got to get more storage space. We're actually going to put all this stuff in here. And then we're going to go back to the backpack and take it all out. Why are there 300 aluminum ingots down here? What's going on in my life? What's going on in my life? All right. Can I not use this? There we go. Research that schematic. Research that schematic. Honestly, I'm just going to start making all of these. All right, that's all that stuff. We're doing really good now. Let's go find out. Yeah, we've got over 500 complex machinery now. So this has been a real big struggle for me. These calibrated servos are still a struggle. These complex machineries have been a real big struggle for me. So I'm very happy to have that overcome. We've got 600 plasteel plates. That's great. Some good fabric. Lots of fluid-efficient industrial pumps. Tons of advanced machinery. That's nice. Yeah, we got a lot of good stuff going on in here. This is fantastic. A lot of good resources coming out of that deep desert. Are we looking over here? Hey, we're starting to do some of those tritium fibers, which is great. I brought back some more titanium, so let's make. Let's do 50 in 3 of these. Well, we'll probably do 50, 50, 60 or something like that. Let's do 55 in this one. And then let's do everything that's left here. Down to 600K in the water department. We have some bodies going. Maybe those bodies have already gotten finished. But the point is we have more than enough water creation capabilities here. Yeah, these waters were already done here. So if we have 200k less than we can handle, that means we need 4 bodies. And my goal here is just to stay topped up. As I use water, I'm going to put corpses in here. Now, I am personally pretty capable of using 200 to 300k water in an hour. Which means I can use up, 3 or 4 of these if I'm going pretty hard at the gathering. I'm not necessarily always going hard at the gathering, though. So I don't necessarily need 200k water an hour. I need 200k water an hour while I'm trying to make stuff. And so I figure if everybody in the guild spends even an hour a day making stuff, that's probably 8 of those is probably enough water. But we may get to a point where we need even more than that. And so we have sort of a setup for it already. I need to get rid of some of these smaller wind generators, make some more of these bigger wind generators. Honestly, I need to get rid of all of the little generators in general. Let's see what's going on right here. We do have, yes, we do have 2 rocket launchers. Well, poop. Can I just copy that? Or can I just repeat the last? Nope. Okay. Don't care. Not retyping it. What I am doing, probably just making more assault thopter pieces. I just want assault thopters. Everybody's all crazy about the carrier and stuff. I'm crazy about the assaults. So let's make assault thopter back, generator, engine, cockpit, that, storage. All right, then we're just going to need wings, which I want Mark 6s for the better glide speeds. Actually, you know what? We're going to start making Mark 6 engines too. Yeah, we want that extra 20. So Mark 6 engines, Mark 6 wings, Mark 6 missile launchers. Let's go map it. Mark 6 engine, 41 spice, 45 plutonium. This is only this week though, right? This is 25% reduction. So it's going to get more expensive. For wings, we've got 8 times 6 is 48. So 48 plutonium and 42 spice. And then the rocket launcher is 61 spice, 64 plutonium. You got about 150 plus stanium, 150 spice melange per assault doctor that you want to make there. Fantastic. And we can pump out probably a couple of these. How much more duraluminum do we have? 300. So we need tail, generator, cockpit, chassis, cabin. Where did my storage go? Did I not make a storage for the last one? Whatever, that's fine. We'll make 2 more. Storage, storage. Perfect. Gotta go run and put all this away because these pieces are heavy as fuck. I don't even want to put it in there. Let's go put it over here. Gonna need a bigger box. Alright, let's go put these away. We're actually gonna make another box. Really? No iron ingots, huh? That's weird. Okay. More farm. At some point, we are going to need to go get some more duraluminum. But that can probably wait until prime time here. Oh, you know what I didn't make? Didn't make thrusters. I just made storages. I should have made thrusters first, because thrusters are more important, but I don't think I have the duraluminum to make thrusters now. I even have thruster unlocked? How did I not unlock thruster? Am I an idiot? I am an idiot. Okay, well, that's just a little well, 80 duraluminum, a little cobalt paste. So it looks like we're going to need to do some more cobalt paste farming as well. And that's going to be the case for basically everything we want to build here. People parking on the ceiling because we don't have hangar space. Oh my goodness. So I like the way this hangar is set up, and I think I'll probably talk to some of the builder folks and see if we can't get it to come up. Just have something you go down into, and then either go left or right onto a platform. May have to be widened, but I like the idea of just coming down and then just passing through like a series of pentashields. Just boop, 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 boop. As you go down further and further with little catwalks like this in the middle. I love it. I think it's going to be great. Super excited about it. Gosh, look at all these ornithopters. There's so many freaking people here. It's so fantastic. Don't you shoot that shit at me. Yeah, I think we're looking pretty nice here. Gotta go get a little more plastanium, then we gotta go get a lot more spice. We gotta go get some cobalt paste. But it's all looking good. Gonna have to get a little more jasmium too. For them thrusters. Let's pick our spot out here. That's where we want to go. Let's get after it. Let's actually go right here. I need to go to the Discord. I've got some people that I'm waiting on in-game name information from, and I might have it. Hey, it's about time, yo mama's gravy. Holy cow. There we are. Social. Whoops. Guild invite player. What in the fudge knockers are you doing to me, game? Yo mama. I'm gonna lose it. Gonna lose my chill. I guess that's one good thing about having to fly all the way out here, is I get plenty of time just to kick on the glide and then go get into the Discord and do um, guild leader admin things. We are literally all the way full now, though. As soon as Brucey and Physics send me their IGNs, and if this other nerd, actually, I need to go ahead and tell this person, Johnny. I don't think I saw anybody over here, but honestly, I wasn't paying attention while I was flying. So I might get jumped. Who knows? This is a decent spot right here, but honestly, it's not as great as this spot over here was, so let's go back over here. I'm so fancy. I don't know why I've got that song stuck in my head, but it's been days now. Okay, thank you. You know what? My storage container is in blue. Some crazy lighting glitch going on down there right now. I couldn't figure out what was going on. Scared the crap out of me, though. Thought it was an enemy. But somebody figured out how to get a laser beam. And it was just going to be all over. Don't get in the way of my laser beam. Dunzo, back to base. Come fly with me, let's fly away. Come fly with me. Guild, invite player, Control V, search. Too batch. Who Chuck Tommy? Alright, looks like they are just two. Player is already in guild. Whoops. I let myself crash. I think I'm probably just a little bit too comfortable in the deep desert. There's not a lot to fear out here in this deep desert. Especially not during prime time. Don't really have a ton of people online doing stuff, killing people, doing things like that. So I'm not terribly concerned. Just kind of fly around and do whatever I want, and it's making me complacent, and it's gonna get me killed. Gonna definitely get me killed. But that's okay. I don't mind. When we get back, I might need to use the restroom. Then we'll probably come out for spice, because I think I got about enough plastanium to make Wing's engine rocket for two assaults. And then we'll let everybody know in the chat that there's 2 assaults up for grabs that are fully kitted. Or maybe I'll just assemble them and give everyone permissions. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to assemble them and give everyone permissions. Because I don't want to have other people be in charge of doing permissions for things. The other thing I need to do is I need to actually double check on permissions. We've had a lot of people. I don't necessarily need people to be my friends, but I do need to have sent them a friend invite. So I need to go back and do that. Because you can't use the guild roster to set permissions. When you look at vehicles and consoles and stuff, you have to go through to each individual, and I prefer to go to the vehicle to set my permissions because it's just simpler, in my opinion, to just give everybody co-owner on the vehicles, and I prefer to go to the sub-thief consoles because I think that's better. I think whoever worked on that UI is better at making UIs than whoever worked on the one that's like in your actual guild roster. The one in your guild roster sucks because it shows everybody's permissions for like everything, including stuff that doesn't belong to me. So then I've got to go through this like massive list friggin' things. It's honestly, it's a nightmare. Terrible system. It was set up extremely poorly. And I don't like it. Especially because you can't name anything. Like, just a total shit show. And Brucey 007. They are not found. Scout ornithopter. Boop boop. Ooh, somebody went and got a bunch of jasmium. Aren't you a little sweetheart? Boop. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. All right, we back. It was a good pee. I enjoyed it. So what do we got to do here? We need more stuffs. Primarily, we need more spice. If I had a huge pair of brass ones, I would go ahead and take the assault doctor out. But I don't, so we're not going to do that. I do want to customize this bad boy. Because I hadn't changed that yet. Looks like everything else is good. And I haven't changed the thruster module on here. Or the storage module. I like blue. Oh, there we go. Please don't ever let me be. I only wanna be by your side. Oh, you know what I need to do before we can go do any of this? I gotta repair my little spice grabber. Insufficient in resources. Player already in a guild. All right. We're gonna go out. What we have. To get as much spice as we can. Actually, while I'm here, need to go work on permissions. So let's just stop here and let's go work on permissions. My Scout Ornithopter. You cannot have access to my Scout Ornithopter. Searing Fang. Buggy. And bike. Oh. Boy, do I hate this. Can I please just only look at my stuff? Oh, not doing it that way. But if I remember to do it when I get back to base, I'll do it the at base way. But I am not doing it with that garbage UI. Absolute garbage UI. Hey, we got ourselves a shipwreck. Definitely gonna go get that. Somebody tore off that, and probably this. Yeah, it looks like it's all gone. Maybe I was the one who got it. I don't think so, though. Who knows? Nobody knows. Come fly with me, let's fly away.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Bum bum bum. Let's see what's going on with this
A large sandstorm is approaching.
sandstorm alert. It's like over here somewhere or something. Might not even be like on the screen yet. It's quite a ways away. We'll probably get out of it. It's probably not a big deal. Oh, it's coming from the other way. Well, we still might get out of it. Let's turn more due north. And then let's go back to our map here and let's see if we can't figure out.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Right, it looks like it's coming straight across. So I think I just need to get. Oh, this is G. Yeah, so I think I just need to get into H sector here. And we'll probably be alright. So we'll try and fly just as fast as we can into the H sector. I think F, G, H. Wow, this thing says that it's coming across a really large area. We're going to be cutting it close. Cutting it real close here. I don't think we're going to make it. Look at that, just bearing down on you. That is so scary. We're going to make it though. Bye, Dexter. All right, where are we at? G7. Um, let's go kind of around the dust storm here. Because in my experiences yesterday, there was some good spice over around this way. Maybe we can find some good spice. Come fly with me, let's fly away. So we've got today and tomorrow are the only days that we have this decree. What are the decrees that we're looking at for this week? I haven't even really looked. Exclusive weapon, exclusive tool, scholarly collaboration, experience gain. Honestly, I don't want the tool vendor. I hope that everybody else wants the tool vendor too, because our guild isn't actually putting in all that much on the lands red. We're just not really there yet. Let's head down this way. We just a Dune skimmer out here. Dune. Come fly with me, let's fly away. I got to come out to a big ringmouth spot out here like 4 times last night. It was pretty freaking cool. Come fly with me, let's fly away. Oh shit. Hey, there's some freaking spice. Scheiße. La. We're gonna make it, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I'm talking about, though. If you can get good at making maneuvers in your scout ornithopter, and not losing too much speed, but also being able to gain that speed and altitude back fairly efficiently by knowing, how to adjust the glide and stuff like that and being good at it, you can get away from a lot of stuff out here. I go back into the Discord here real quick. I love these spice blows. They look so cool. Is this a ringmouth spice blow? No. Okay. I don't see anybody else in there. You can kind of see better from the outside in. But then we just come and we land. Oh. I didn't realize I was quite so high up. Let's go ahead and put this right here. Let's get after it. Pitter patter. The ground underneath me is moving. And it's freaking me the hell out. I don't see a little red dot. Which scares me very, very much. There's the worm sign. Oh, somebody else is in there. Hey, yo, you friendly, bud? Okay. Yeah, I ain't got no missiles or nothing like that, so. I ain't trying to fight these people. I got stuff to do for the guild, you know what I mean? Like, I understand that there's probably lots of people in the guild who want to PvP. And I'll be down to PvP later. Let's get in the inventory here. Let's maybe go a little higher. That worm seems a little pissed off. I hope so too. I have a sinking suspicion that it will.
I'm full up, man. See you later.
Bye bye. I'm gonna go grab this. Hell yeah, free spice. I just heard a little something. I wanted to move real quick because it looked like my vehicle was kind of like stuck. Whoops. Oh, he came out real close. What's up, buddy boy? Homie's pissed. Oh, sometimes this game can be so scary. Like, I know how the system works, and I understand that there's no real reason to be concerned that the worm's gonna get me based on how I'm doing this. But sometimes the worm just like jumps up right where you're at and stuff. So you're just never 100% safe. And it's terrifying. I have a tendency to kind of push the envelope a little. Because I don't want to have to be out here any longer than is absolutely necessary. Storage inside the bird is full. 1, 2, 6. I hear Thopter. Either it went into glide mode or it left. Nope. I'm mostly full. I'm not going to risk trying to get, 80 more spice. Not going to risk my whole friggin' Thopter for it. Good run. Quite a few more people out here now. Even at this time of day. I mean, I know it's a Sunday, but typically we don't have this many people out and about in the desert at this time. Which is fan-freaking-tastic. I'm loving it. I'm loving seeing the guild grow. I'm loving seeing the server grow. I'm excited about the update announcement tomorrow. They said they're going to announce some information about PvP. I have a feeling mostly that information is going to pertain to the changes to the Scout Ornithopter, which honestly I'm very excited about, because if you slow down the Scout Ornithopter when it has missiles equipped, I can just run away every time now. So that'll be a really huge boon for me. Not just for my scout ornithopter play, but also for my assault ornithopter play. Because once you change the scout ornithopter to be less effective as a combat, then you open up a lot of opportunity for the assault orny to be out as a gathering orny. So you give it back some of its power as sort of a tiered up version of the ornithopter. So that is also very cool. I very much want to be out on an assault ornithopter, right, with a saddlebag and a thruster, just rocking and rolling and having a good time. I would much prefer that to being on the scout. I think the guild is just beyond scouts now. That's why I'm pushing so hard to try and make a bunch of assaults and get them, all the equipment that they need to be able to be versatile. Because we're just kind of growing beyond that. We need to be able to grab 1,000 weight worth of materials, not 500. We should get about 60 spice melange from this, which is right about enough to make a rocket, but it's not really enough for everything else. I need about 150. So I'm going to have to do about 3 runs out here for spice, and then I'm going to have to wait for it to cook, because it takes forever. But that's fine. We'll get her done. Oop, I've let my speed go all the way down. Sector C, all right. Gliding home. We gotta tear this thing down tomorrow. This whole base has to get torn down and taken home. Oh, we don't have any water here either. Do we have any corpses? A corpse, alright. Deal. Can't go back out for more spice right now because our condenser is pretty much all the way broken. We have to wait for some of this spice to cook. Oh, it looks like there's 80 melange in the storage. I don't feel like there was 80 melange in here when I was here earlier. I wonder who made that. Put it over here for him. Not yet. Need to get a large one of these in the actual base. Or improve this fob or something. Whereas again, like I said, this fob just doesn't really matter. It's a little further to get back to the main base instead of coming to the fob here, but it's not enough distance to really make a difference. If we're going to be fobbing in the deep desert, we need to be fobbing in the deep desert. Because building in the PvE zone, like it works decently as a staging area, but you're just splitting resources and it's so inefficient, even though it costs half to build out here. I mean, just look at all this stuff that's just chilling out here. We don't have any crafting structures. I mean, there's like no reason for this to be out here. Honestly, should take all this stuff back to the base. Yeah, I'm pretty confused by what we're doing. It seemed like a really good idea, but I mean, don't have enough death stills to keep water going here. I think I'm just gonna tear this whole base down. Pack it all back. We got a lot of steel and stuff invested here, right? All of these are steel structures. All those death stills are steel or duraluminum structures. All this stuff is steel, I think. These structures, right? This is a huge investment. This medium spice refinery is a fairly large investment. Let's see. So that's not bad. 80 spice melange down to 60 or 68 spice melange down, half or whatever. And it's 100 some plastinium, silicon blocks, complex machinery, lots of cobalt paste. A lot of issues there. Especially since we have a whole other fob. One of the other players has a fob that has a large refinery. All right, hopefully that's enough. I really want to repair my condenser. Let's go double check on perms here. Well, we're back. How do you make it where the clock on the top right for the do shows up? Press T, sorry. I've been like off in my own little world this morning. But yeah, just press T. Mm-hmm. Shoot that shit at me, nerd. Please, stand where I'm trying to put my thing. I don't think I got enough sleep last night. I did get a little over 7 hours, and I should be good. But I don't think I did. Nah, somebody's name is Trash Panda. Yeah, I was up till 4. But that's not unusual for me. I like to sleep until the afternoon and play video games all night. I don't particularly like being awake during the daytime. In my experience this week, there's quite a bit of good spice out on this left-hand side. Or out on this right-hand side, where the big guilds don't seem to be going either. Been fairly enjoying it. Oh, the ship's falling out of the sky. And it's falling out of the sky, like right where I'm going. You can totally get crushed by those things. I'm not trying to have that. But I do think I want to go get this ship. cut array's not on. Rut road, dummy. Hey, 2 more sets of wings that don't even matter. Is this down low enough where I can get it? No. I don't really know how to get them when they're up high like that, and I don't really feel like wasting the time. I'd rather just take the resources and bail. Besides, it's that little one on the side there that really has the good stuff. Where you get your schematics and your weapons. Although I don't actually keep these because they're just duraluminum tier. You get lots of all this other stuff too. Surprised I didn't get more complex machinery. Oh well. Almond Joy's got nuts. Mounds don't because sometimes you feel like sometimes you. D7. Hit. It's not unusual. I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. Yes, it is. I love The Greatest Showman, and a lot of really talented singers and stuff, too. I've probably watched everything that Zac Efron has been singing in since High School Musical. Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing musical theater since I was like 10. At one point, when I was in high school, before I dropped out of high school, I actually went to a charter school for the performing arts. And I used to go to camp every year in Missoula, Montana, with the Missoula Children's Theater. But I haven't been in a play in like 8 years. Yeah. Yeah, I miss it too. Bye, Dexter. Oh, where has my spice gone? Oh, where could it be? Did I ever have a role that was my favorite? Probably not. The individual roles were never really all that important to me. Um, the shows themselves were kind of important. I did, I mostly did musical theater, but I did do one straight play with the college in my hometown. We had a little community college there, and I played James and James and the Giant Peach. And that was really fun, and that was a fun little group of folks because it was basically just all college students. And I mean, I was a kid at the time, but it was me and another girl even younger than me by a couple of years who was playing. Goodness, I don't remember which one of the animals she played. And then it was just a bunch of college students. And so we had a really good time doing that show. But the community theater that I used to do stuff with back in my hometown, um, I live in a small, I grew up in a small town. And so it was always the same group of people doing all the shows, right? You kind of knew everybody who was involved in the theater there. And we only really had one community theater troupe. And so we built all the sets. And so you always had, set building weekends and stuff like that. And we'd go out and do a bunch of construction. That was a lot of fun. But then every night after the shows, we basically had a cast party every night, right? We would go either to somebody's house and hang out or whatever, because you got to wind down. The show gets over at 10 o'clock at night. And then, what are you going to do? You can't go to sleep right then. So you got to be up until 2 o'clock in the morning. So you throw a little impromptu party. We would always just have a lot of fun. Always really enjoyed that group of folks. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. Hey, there's a spice blow. That's what I'm out here looking for. Give me that good purple stuff. Yeah, my little brother still does a lot of community theater. And he's living in Illinois right now. And him and his girlfriend met at the theater group. Actually, I think that's where he's met like his last 3 girlfriends over the last decade or so. We've all been doing community theater in different places. My favorite ever role in musical that I wasn't in was Gomez Adams and the Adams Family. I've never seen the Addams Family show. I've only ever seen like the movies and stuff. One role that I'm pretty jealous of that my little brother got to play was he played Riff Raff in the Rocky Horror Show with our community group while I was still in the Navy. I did get to come home and watch it, and it was super impressive. But unfortunately, I didn't get to participate. And that made me a little sad. My little brother is a significantly better actor than I am now. It wasn't always that way, but he has kept up with acting a lot more than I have. And he is definitely the better actor in the family. Instinct was always, yeah, mine too. Yeah, thankfully, the community theater group that I mean, it was a really small town. It was a fairly small theater group. So we were all pretty bad at dancing. So it was fine. You got to fit right in with that. I don't stretch enough to be a good dancer. Okay, game. I'm gonna need you to stop it. Give me my spice. No, it's a worm. Run away from the worm. Bye bye, worm. It's Bob. We had a baby. It's a boy. quite gotten the hang of shooting these separately enough that I always get 80 from each one. We're getting there, but we're not quite on top of it. One, two, three, 5, 6. Getting on my spice worm. And kiss my butt. Oh, it's gonna be stuck. Please don't be. Yeah. I was worried for a minute that it was gonna be stuck down in the sand and I was gonna die. Alright, one more trip down to the ground. We'll get ourselves all the way full. Just used the Dew Reaper for the first time. Holy Water Collection. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. In the mid game, I definitely think that a bunch of Leader Johns and a Dew Reaper are way better. Especially once you get to aluminum tier, you can get the Dew Scythe. And the Dew Scythe at the proper dew time will give you like 3,000 dew per little patch. Like, not little patch, per big patch of flowers. So you get you a bunch of aluminum decaliter Johns and go ham. Of course, that won't be important for you because by the time you get to aluminum tier, you can just come over to the main base and I have 8 advanced death stills making 400,000 water. 450,000 water. Oh. Yeah, right about 400,000 water an hour. So you don't really have to worry about it. And I intend... Yeah. Yeah. I intend to eventually have 20 advanced death stills in the base. I think that'll be enough. We've got 20. That'll give us just short of 1,000,000 water an hour. Which I think, as long as everybody keeps up with it, will be enough to make everything we could possibly need. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. I'm gonna have to do like 6 of these trips. I think probably. That's the spice field I was at, so we'll go ahead and mark that on the map, because I'm going to go back out there. If nobody else gets any of it, then I should be able to get a second fill. We want that for sure. Holy crap. Have we been playing for 3.5 hours already? Goodness. I honestly can't believe it. There's a glitching ass worm. Let's see if this is the same one I already did or a different one. I assume it's a different one, because I was gone for a while. We're gonna swoop back down here. Oh, nope, somebody's opened up the top. This might be the one I already did. Yeah, it looks like it is. Alrighty. Definitely thought a new crash would have happened by now. Going out this direction has been really, really valuable for me because I keep getting ship crashes and stuff like that as I go out to do other things. It's been really nice. I've got tons of the blueprints that are in those rotations this week. Getting tons of the good resources that we need there. Honestly, those crash ships are like gold. I imagine while they're probably not as useful, the ones in Haga Basin are probably pretty useful too. I just never really did them. I gotta go. I'll be right back. Not just that the schematics are great. Yeah, the blueprints, but the resources are also really great because you get, you know, all your complex machineries and your calibrated servos and all that stuff is in there also. Um, if the cisterns are already almost full, then there won't be sufficient storage space. I don't know. Try queuing up. It has to have at least 25,000 water space available in order for it to activate. Because in an hour, it's going to make 25,000 water. So if the cisterns are all full, then you have to like use up some of the water by starting some refinement. There's a couple 100,000 water storage worth there. So if it's just under 25k, there should be quite a bit of water to use there. We'll bring all these resources back to the base real quick. Oh, I thought it was a couple 100,000. Oops. Of course, I guess at that tier, 77k is probably quite a bit. I don't know. It was so long ago. Can't even remember. I mean, I haven't been at that base in almost 2 weeks. Let's see. Started on the 10th. Yeah, I mean, I only played at that base for 2 days. On the third day, we started the big base in the Odom. And I've been working out of there ever since. Got our ornithopters about halfway through the second day. I mean, it wasn't super fast. I played 30 something hours in the first 2 days. I think we progressed pretty average. At least for people who knew what they were doing, since we had already gotten a start on the head start. Once you get to duraluminum tier, though, things start to slow down quite a bit. The requirements grow at a pretty rapid pace. You start to feel like you just don't have enough of anything ever. We don't have any precision rangefinders? Oh, these are precision rangefinders. They can go up here. All right. We've got a couple of minutes before that water is done over at the other base so that we can trigger the rest of our spice melange. So, what in the hell? This is actually my fault. I shouldn't start losing my mind here, but I'm gonna. I had to break it and remake it. Make 1,000 more silicon. All right, so we're gonna take a couple of minutes here. I'm gonna use the restroom and get some food. I've been going about 4 hours now, and I'm a little hungry. And then we'll be back. We'll do some more deep desert stuff. We're trying to get enough Listanium and spice to go ahead and make a couple more wings and stuff like that so that we can have a couple more salt doctors with full loadouts and kits. So we're just going to keep doing the spice runs. We're going to keep getting some titanium and plastanium stuff. Then we'll get those things made, and then maybe we'll get to go out as a group and do some things. But I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. All right, we back. Gotta eat this. Hmm. Just had a little bit of a thought. So I'm trying to come up with a way where, as a group, we can share resources. Um, and how, as a group, we might be able to preserve those resources for larger goals. And how we might stop resources from going out if we need them for larger goals. Because there's a huge, when you have 20 people together and everybody's resources are going into the same containers, and everybody's trying to advance, everybody's trying to progress, everybody's trying to get to that next tier. resources don't really accumulate in those situations. Because as soon as there's enough for, a piece of gear or that wing upgrade to my ornithopter or, my new tools so that I can harvest better materials or what have you, as soon as those resources become available, they get used. And they're not getting used for bad things, right? Player progress is important. But none of those resources are getting accumulated. And there are some people who are far enough along that the resources they gather are not necessary for their own personal progression. And so those resources could very well be getting accumulated. So that we can do bigger guild construction stuff, right? Like we need a ton of duraluminum to make a ton of assault ornithopters, which I am the one who used all the duraluminum today. That's definitely because I made all those assault ornithopters. I made 3 in the last 14 hours. But I'm just trying to come up with a way, and I think I maybe have it. I have to do some testing. Hey, it's Daima. Follow me.
Thanks, bud.
Of course. All right. So I think the solution here is we're going to make a big box. And the only thing I need to test is if other players can press F on a box that they can't actually access to drop resources off at it. Because if they can, then I'm going to make a really big box. And I'm going to put an input circuit on it that is different from all the other boxes. And I'm going to put an output circuit on it that is different. So it's not going to output to the crafting stations. And then, whenever people want to use their resources that they've gathered to accumulate some stuff for the guild, then they can go into the benches and they can put the output, right, as the circuit that is the big guild chest. And they can deposit their resources there as they craft. And so people will just have to be a little more careful about what circuit they're on. Because as soon as it goes into that box, I'm not giving it back. And then we'll use it to make carriers and spice crawlers, things like that. Backup pieces so that people can re-gear and re-equip their ornithopters and stuff like that. And then we'll put all that stuff into a community chest so that people can access, the physical pieces. But the resources we want to have, we want to have some accumulation going on. I think. I don't know. But I think it's time to get back out there. I think I've been piddle farting around enough over here. Let's go do the dang thing. I love that the guild base is so much more active now. It's honestly really making me happy. I love seeing people around. It's the best. Yeah. Yeah, and knowing I'm glad that people have chosen to spend time in the guild base. I was starting to get a little worried that everybody just wanted to build their own base. And then we were going to end up duplicating basically all of the work. Because for every base that we have, right, we build refineries, we build power, we build all that stuff. And the power of being in a guild is not having to do that. Was that all the water? Seriously? I give up. Um, but yeah, so anyway, the power there is that we don't have to do all of this multiple times. And we're doing it out in the deep desert too, right? We have 3 different fobs out here. And I understand that people are hesitant to combine their resources with the guild resources because they don't want to farm resources and then have somebody else use them. But what's happening is you're wasting more resources in duplicating structures and stuff like that, like benches, than you would ever lose to other people skimming off your resources, even if nobody else farmed as much as you. Just look at, like, for example, this medium ore refinery is out here 68 spice melange, 143 plastinium ingots. That's 1 to 2 runs for spice, and then like 2 runs for plastinium, plus silicon blocks, plus complex machinery, plus cobalt paste, right? So you're talking about a good hour worth of work, maybe an hour and a half to get all the plastinium and spice melange you need to make this. And so we can duplicate that 32 times, right? And we can spend 32 hours making 32 separate refineries. Or we can spend 3 hours making 3 of these, keeping them in the same base and running all 3 at the same time. I think people are so worried about losing their work and their materials that they're actually losing more work and materials. Totally makes sense. Are we going to open the ability to give people their own rooms? Well, we can't. I mean, like, as far as customizing your own room the way you want for looks, then yeah, absolutely, we can totally do that, and I would totally love to do that. But the permission system in this game is ass. So we can't give people the ability to, like, prevent other people from being able to go in that door. You can't prevent other people from being able to go into your chests. You can't prevent other people from whatever. And there aren't enough circuits that everybody could have their own circuit. So you can't even allow people to just auto output resources to their personal chests and their personal circuits. So I absolutely would love to make the base really functional for everyone. Unfortunately, we can't do that because the permission system is doo-doo. Now, as far as giving people personal space to decorate and, you know, have like their own little personal room, absolutely. And I think maybe I encouraged, you know, I kept telling people worry about your own personal progression before you worry about the guild progression. And people are taking that very seriously. And I don't think that that's wrong, but I don't think that we're focusing on the guild progression really at all, except for a small number of people. I don't know, maybe it's just because there are so many people who still aren't even to the end game. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm just a fucking asshole. I don't know. I don't know. I think maybe I'm thinking too hard. Maybe I should just let it all happen. It'll work itself out, right? I mean, ultimately, we all have the same goals, right? We all want to get out, do big spice operations. We want to get out and do the testing stations. We want to, you know, we all want to do all that stuff. So I suppose everybody is going towards those goals. Maybe they're just not doing it the way I would do it. So it makes me feel like they're not doing it. That's probably what's happening. Maybe I should just learn to shut my mouth. Yeah, no, I basically came back around to the same conclusion I've always come to, and that is that anything that people don't help with me, I'll do myself. Or anything that people don't help me with, I'll do myself. That was always my position when I started the guild. And pretty much every time I start thinking about stuff, I always end up right back at that position. I will just keep farming it all myself, and any assistance that I do get, I will be appreciative of, and stop belly aching over whether or not I get as much assistance as I'd like. Because I do want people to play the game the way that they want. I don't like guilds that are like, you have to do this and you have to help this much, and so yeah, no, I'm pretty much back to where I started. I am more than capable of continuing to farm all day, every day. We'll get there eventually. And there are people helping. They're just helping in a way that's different than I would help. I've gone, talked myself into being in a bad mood with myself instead of everybody else. Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that everybody is more than willing to help. I honestly don't even think that anybody isn't helping. I think that my problem is I let my perception of where I think we should be and the reality of where we are conflict with each other. And then I put that off on everybody else is not doing enough. But we can only be where we are, right? We've only gathered X amount of materials. We can only have crafted X amount of things. And it's not like people are getting in the game and then not doing anything, right? I probably stand around more than anybody else. So the problem isn't that people aren't helping. The problem is that I'm a dipshit and I let my imagination and reality conflict with each other and make me see things not for what they are and then complain about them. Well, who cares about other guilds? I mean, I don't care if I'm behind other guilds. That doesn't matter at all. The other guilds are basically non entities. Because again, I mean, we can't compare ourselves to them because for the exact same reason, right? It's 100% about how much time has gone into the game, and you can only get so many resource sources per time. So if another guild has members spending more time because they have more time, or because they have more members, then of course they're ahead. That's just the way that works. I'm just stupid. Sometimes I have to talk myself through my stupid to get back to being smart. You're going to be sadly disappointed in about 3 days then, Shrimp. When I literally repeat the exact same argument to myself all over again. And ultimately come to the exact same conclusion again. Oh snap, we got a downed ship way out here. No way anybody else has seen this one, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. So what we got here? Where's those two same things? Another 40 of these, another 35 of these. Nice. Mark 5 Holtzman shield, which I can already make, so we're probably going to throw that out. Lots of plasteel plates. Very nice. Very happy about that. Such good resources out of those. It's always fun to go through loot, you know? I love going through loot. I really need to spend a little more time getting unique duraluminum tier schematics. Build myself up a nice unique duraluminum tier set so that I can come out here with some groups and do some testing stations. I am way behind on my character's progression from a gear perspective, from a level perspective. Most of the other people who are out here in the deep desert from our guild are like level 160 plus, and I'm only level 119 right now. I haven't even started the Bene Gesserit skill tree. I am not doing great. Need to set aside a couple hours and go bang it out. Okay, game. I'm gonna need you to go ahead and show me the spice here. Come on now. I didn't fly all the way out here to look at the dunes. They're pretty. You did a great job. Show me the spice. Give me the purple stuff. Show me the money. Where's my spice melange gone? Oh, where could it be? Got ourselves a dust storm brewing. Oh, it's moving directly that way. So I'm literally just flying into it. Sweet. There's just no freaking spice out here right now. What's going on? Guess we going home. Another ship crashed way out in the middle of freaking nowhere. What do we got? Let's try and get this parked right up here. So it doesn't slide down the mountain on me. Oh, I think that might be open already. Or is that not the piece we can get into? Let's see. No, that was the piece we could get into, but somebody else already got it, it looks like. Alright. Why can't I carry any of this? I'm carrying too much scrap, that's why. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Yum. I was just standing right there. I think that worm was trying to eat me. I don't know why he would do that to me. I'm such an inedible person. Coming back with another 74 complex machinery. We're never going to run out of complex machinery now, which is fan-freaking-tastic. Actually, you know what I need to start doing? On top of what I'm doing now, is I need to start prepping a deep desert, like a deep, deep desert fob. That's what I need to start doing. Because this fob in the PvE zone is literally worthless. You have to fly back like 10 extra feet to get back to the main base. It's a complete waste of resources and time to have a fob in the deep desert PvE area. It's great that you can get, half resource costs on some of the bigger buildings and stuff, on some of the bigger structures. And sure, we could have like twice as much water and stuff like that going on, but having to tear it down every week and rebuild it is booty cheeks. And we're not going to do that because it doesn't save you any time on your trip. It takes longer to build up the base in the main part, but it doesn't save you any time on your trip. So if you want to save time on your trip, then your fob has to be way out there where all the resources are. Right? All of your refineries have to be out there, all your storage has to be out there, and then all your players have to be out there, and they got to be spending a lot of time out there. And you kind of have to take over an area and then not let anybody else be there. You want to take over resources. You want to be there all the time, fighting for those resources and constantly farming them and sending out and going and getting spice and all that stuff. Trying to get people to tip their wings when flying around out here and stuff. Whenever I see another person, I'm trying to express that I'm friendly. I'll tip my wing, trying to get that to be like a thing out here. Oop. That'll be something Shrimp will have to think about as far as alliances and stuff are concerned. Is coming together into the deep desert to maybe make a few bases and have some mutual protection and stuff going on. Because if we had yeah, maybe. It's such an easy thing to duplicate that I don't think that that would be very secure. But you could do something like weekdays it's tip the right wing, weekends it's tip the left wing. And that might be enough variance that people will mess it up from enemy groups. I don't know. Or maybe that's too complicated. We're about to have to start using some sort of identification, though, because, I mean, like today, we have enough assault ornithopters to go out and do that stuff. If we want to. I mean, I think we've got like 7 or 8 assault ornithopters in the guild. Can't believe I didn't see no spice out there. But that's the other thing. I mean, I just spent half hour flying around for nothing. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. I think it would be counterproductive to the concept because I think the devs want you to be able to imitate each other for the sake of infiltration and stuff like that. So I doubt that we'll ever get something like that because I think it's sort of counter to the vision. But it would be cool. Gonna take all this spice back to the main base. I'm gonna make a freaking medium refinery in the main base. Well, so if they introduce a failsafe, then they might as well not have the system. Right? Because if you make it so that you can guaranteed look different than everybody else, then just turn the friendly fire off. They accomplish the same thing. So if the point of the friendly fire is so that smaller guilds can compete against larger guilds. Because if there was no friendly fire, then just like every other PvP MMO game, the larger your squad is all that matters, right? Biggest squad wins. And so because you have friendly fire, you have the opportunity for that to not be true. But as soon as you start creating quote unquote fail safes so that you don't interact with that system. Friendly Fire's intention is to make it where the guilds can all compete interposed, but the whole reason we need identification is to avoid us killing ourselves, which isn't the point of the system. Why would the point of friendly fire not to be so you can kill yourselves? If the point of friendly fire wasn't so that guilds could kill themselves, then there would be no guild friendly fire. I mean, that's like saying, I put wheels on this car, but the purpose of the car is not to roll down the street. The friendly fire system was implemented with the intention of guilds fighting each other. Right. But if that was the only point, then you would just have faction friendly fire and there would be no guild friendly fire. It's not like you can't have, it's not like it's impossible to turn off friendly fire within a guild and turn on friendly fire within a faction. So if the goal wasn't to make it so that guilds could kill themselves, there just wouldn't be friendly fire inside of a guild. If it was all about faction betrayal, then you would keep faction friendly fire and you would turn off guild friendly fire. I feel like I'm not communicating what I'm saying very well. Saying that I think the faction friendly fire should exist, guild friendly fire should not. I don't think you should be able to accidentally kill your own guild members when trying to betray another guild or faction. Right, I understand that that's what you want and that's what you think, but it's obvious to me that the intention of the devs is to have it so that guilds can kill themselves. And the reason that you would want that is so that larger guilds have some sort of penalty when interacting with smaller guilds. Because if there was no guild friendly fire, then you could only go in the deep desert if you had a full guild. Because the minute you ran into people with more people than you lose that fight. So the value in guilds being able to kill themselves is that now if I'm out with a 4-person squad and I run into 12 people, instead of automatically running away, because there is literally no way, right? There's never been a game in the history of gaming where, outside of an absolute miracle, you can win a 3-1 fight. Right. Well, and it's not just betrayal, it's faction PvP too, right? If there's a 32-person Atreides guild and they only kill Harkonnen guilds, then no 4-person Harkonnen guild can go into the deep desert. You immediately make that an impossible task. And so the point of the friendly fire, I think, is great. The fact that we don't have tags, so I can't see who's in my guild and who's not, I think is great. Although, technically, I think you can. Because your reticle changes. When you're looking at somebody in your guild, it changes to a green circle. But that might only be in the PvE area. I haven't actually tested it in the PvP area. And it's also much more realistic and much grittier to be able to kill your allies, your own guildmates. Because, in real life, you can't just shoot a rocket at your ally and then that ally just walk away. They're dead. We need 30 more plastanium. I don't have what it takes to make that. Because you had a bad day. Well, doo-doo cheeks. I need to make that refinery here before I do anything else. Mm-hmm. We got going on with the guild here. How many people? All right, let's do some admin here. We're going to go through and we're going to make sure that I at least have an invite going out to every player. And the reason I need an invite going out to every player is because that's the only way that I can give people perms. Because if I don't have a friend invite out, then I can't see them. On the stupid permissions list. So now we can go over here. And Enzo, Yo Mama's Gravy, and Bruce all don't have associate here. Let's make sure that all the people who need to have okay, I think that's fine. Report me, did you take apart one of the buggies and then put it back together and then not give anybody permissions on it? Because I got to admit, I'm gonna lose my shit. As things stand with this buggy, the only person who can drive it is deport me. So everybody else is only associate, and if you look at the associate, board driver's seat, no. I'm so mad. I'm aware. I don't know who went and farmed all these extra corpses, but they're my favorite person right now.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay, well. I know it's only been 5 hours, but I think we're gonna call it for the stream. I'm just too tired today. It's making me grouchy. And that's not good for the stream in general. So I'll see you all on the next one. I hope everybody has a great day. And I'll talk to you tomorrow.